I didn't realize I've been muted this whole time. Had nobody to call me out on my shit. So appreciate it. Unmute. Here we go. Wow. Here we go. This entire time I've just been talking to myself. I'm gonna have to do a voice overlay of this later on. Thanks, Stuart, for the save. See? This is why you make friends. They tell you what's going wrong. All right. Thanks again, Stuart, for saving that. Check the rest of this. Awesome. Just check again. Okay, sweet. Awesome. Here we go. Let's go back. All right, since nobody's been able to hear me for the entire 2 hours that I've been on this stream because I haven't even checked to see if it worked. Wow. I'm gonna start from the beginning in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. Over the past 2 days, we've been building affordable housing alternatives to fit into small spaces within our city, to fit, easy to flip areas that we can increase density. Today, what we're looking to do is take a lot of the design work that we have put in place and adapt it to a real world scenario. This real world scenario that we're utilizing right now is a property that has been put up for availability in Nova Scotia. It is a opportunity notice for affordable housing in the town of Yarmouth. What we're looking at is this is an open proposal at the moment. The, proposal is down on what looks to be the south end of Yarmouth. There are connections to schools and, places of work. There is, neighboring communities. It's backing onto a golf course. There are a number of positives from both a mental health side and a accessibility side to a growing community. So, there are a number of positive items with this site. It is a 2.5-acre site, and it does have site servicing for municipal water and sewer. So it's kind of all a triple threat. It's just all set up and ready to go. The property details allow for R1 in a number of different mixes according to a development agreement approval that you might have to go through to go get this sorted. It's kind of a perfect storm. So what we're doing is we're taking a couple of the practices that we've looked at over the course of the past couple days. We've looked at what can we do to make these buildings more modular ready? What can we avoid to reduce the cost we implement to make these homes more affordable? One of the first things that we're doing are looking at getting rid of foundations and no basements. No digging down, no access to below grade items as much as possible, and see if there's ways that we can mitigate that because digging costs money. You have to get rid of that sand and soil somewhere. Yes, there is excavation on site, but it's expensive. Building concrete foundations, etcetera, it adds a lot of cost, and unfortunately, there's no real way to improve the cost of formwork other than to make your formwork process more efficient. So, it is all fairly expensive, and we have to look at alternatives. So, what we're gonna look at is trying to keep everything above grade. We're gonna try and keep our layouts lean, work on a process that makes these really nice and easy to put into place, and then focus on how we dress up our exterior materials that are available in the local neighborhoods to make them more convenient. So, right now, uh, I'm gonna just save this at the moment. We're gonna go back over to what we've already done. So, what we did this morning, uh close this one. What we did this morning is we extracted the site, we found the open data, we asked Cody for a couple of things that could help us, in terms of height restrictions and, uh, availabilities in the local bylaws, and we established a baseline neighborhood of fourplexes and potential sixplexes that we can utilize. So, what you'll see is we kind of already started to lay this out. We already and this was just over the course of this morning. So what you can see is that we've actually generated a small property base. We are linking to this in. What I should do actually is to have this active linker townhouse in, and I'm gonna just grab onto this unit, rotate 80, and just gonna drag this thing up, move it into place, rotate this around. I can hear my dog squeaking a squeaky toy, like, way out in the other room. I don't know what it is about squeaky toys, but they're just super funny. I do love them. Alright, so taking that, moving it down into our property, I believe we had sat this here and made that the front portion of our property. And what it's not showing actually right now is the limits of our property that I had in that other view. So you'll have to excuse me, I'll have to set up another line in the other file, but this helps anyway. I can move this file as I need to as I'm working through the project. The idea is that we're composing the general layout and then how this is gonna face the street. So we had a 6-meter, offset back from that property line. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that exact same property line, create similar, create by sketching. You know what? I have a line here. Just do this one. The 6 meter, make sure that that is right out front. The reason we're doing this is because it allows the potential for parking at the front. It also sets this townhouse complex a little bit further back so that you're not getting daunted by it from the front of the street. You don't wanna feel like you're being attacked by buildings, so we, uh, we want to pay attention to the natural hierarchy of the neighborhood. The natural hierarchy of the neighborhood lends itself to single-family dwellings, so we wanna make sure that whatever we do here doesn't impact it from a visual scale, but still adds that density to the neighborhood that we're looking for. So keep in mind that that's what we're looking to address. Right, so step back on the property, we look kinda where we're sticking the high gear now, portion of the neighborhood starting to take shape. We have townhouses popping up in the center, we have some street lanes. What I'd like to do is just take this and run it in twin motion at some point. Not yet. We're not ready for that yet, but we have some offset homes. We'll have to work with planting, work with some options, dress it up in a way that's, feasible for the neighborhood, and we'll work with some options as but this looks cool. Alright, so we have that in place. I'm just going to save that for now. We're gonna look further into our infill option 1 for our townhouse, dig a little bit further into that. Okay, Alrighty, here we go. Now I want to do the same as I've done on the other buildings. I'm going to disallow join for this middle portion. And I want to keep all the fire rating components separate. So we want to treat each of these as their own unit because we're going to be doing both options. So same thing goes with all of the others. Disallow join. It, I am going to change the so that they are clear of overrides so that I can see all of the drywall and partitions. So again, pulling back, join. We may have to add in some furring walls for that bathroom, but we'll worry about that in a sec. Same thing. Back, allow, and so on and so forth. Now that's our separating party wall at the front of the building. So I need to split this out down here. Swap this with a our exterior wall. No, want to copy it. I'll just do that for now and combine that. Wicked, wicked. Okay, those are joined up. All right. 3 bedrooms, 2 potential baths. We have potential here to offset this out and kind of level it off with the kitchen and create laundry space as well, or an office or den, whatever it may be able to be. But remember, we're no basement, so we need to make sure that we're accounting for all of the areas we need. Uh, this is our primary entrance side. Have our door up to our second story. We will change to our glass door, 36. All right. Doesn't look like 36 to me. Is that so thin? Rough width is showing 3. Width is showing 3. Okay, whatever. Family is causing some issues, but I'll look into that. That's important. All right. I'm gonna pop that down. All right, so we have our front entrance door, access to the second story for the next stack. We have our fire rated enclosure, which is all the way vertically up to the second story. Yeah, the second story, which is another three-bedroom unit. And, we have our living room as well, which, I mean, I only really have a couch here, but let's bring don't need the dishwasher, could use the bed just to kind of show us some scale, and just these queen size beds that we're using, just so you understand what we have. The, we do have a washer, so we'll bring that over as well, except we'll increase the size of that washer. And then also, this should be pantry and washing machine room. What do we have here? Front closet. Mm, we do need a closet for when we first get into the room. And just for the meantime, I'll use model lines to separate out. So a little bit of a seated island. I don't think we're going to be able to fit an island in here. Not with the current layout anyway. What we might do is just take this and turn a peninsula. Just kind of shift this over. and then cancel ungroup, row 90. Actually, that's our breakfast table. We don't want that in there. Remember, we have a dishwasher, we can get away with a smaller sink. So take advantage of that as we can. More counter space to do the work you need to do cooking and have that available to you as you work. The have tons of counter space above the dishwasher, smaller sink, increase that to 3 feet to give us some storage, and then we have a large enough central room, back that right out there, and then we have access to additional storage inside the space with a full laundry room or bathroom if we need it, because this could be powder room. We can pull this back and give this access, for bathroom. Ideally, we wanna enter into that bathroom from let's see here, add toilet or oh, maybe let's drop that off, 6, and then drop the sink off, just a lav, 90, whatever it might be. Don't need a lot of space for this, we just need access for the door. That's the reason why it's pushed so far back. Again, this is a requirement, has to be done. This, again, 3 feet, 6. Is that even let's go to the center of that. Am I going crazy? Oh, yes, 1 foot 6, so 3. Uh, yeah, and foot 4 foot 6. We can shrink this down. That's too much space for a bathroom. Let's not copy it. Let's just take this whole thing and flip it and shrink all this down. 1 foot 6, 6. Let's make this as small as we need it. It's just a powder room. We'll do a pedestal. And 6 inches. Not a fan. Not a fan. One foot 6. Let's see. That looks a little nicer. And then this I can align with that outside wall. Okay. Then we got laundry in here, stacked laundry. Okay, this is a little bit nicer. Where did that laundry machine go? Must have deleted it. Washer. Um, yes, with storage up above it. Mm-mm-mm. Please tell me that fits. Yeah, I'm swinging the door out. I don't care if it's bad juju. Laundry closet. Probably just baby's hole, to be honest. Uh, okay. We got storage in each of the bathrooms, bedrooms. We have a corner here that we could fit a small 4-foot table in. We have a living room. I think this is looking pretty good. Light. Go. All right, let's group this whole thing and turn this into a design that we can use. Again, what I'm doing here is I'm disallowing the joins for all of these items because they're all going into a group. Okay. This is all attached. It's all fire rated and needs to be enclosed. These aren't joined. Let's grab all of this. Grab that as well. Might as well grab the beds and create group. I don't want any details. What do I have in there? This oh, it's that one line. Create group. Just a model group. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. We are looking at a. Let me just check my notifications here. Just want to make sure. All right. Let's call this our townhouse stack option one. All right. That is one. And we will take that and also copy it over to our other unit here. It should be the exact same fit. Look at that, like a glove. Fits for both units. We can create some variations now inside the unit and be able to adapt those according to the needs of the individuals provided. So all of the stuff that we have in here are all accessible items that you can get. Dishwashers, the cabinets, they're all designed for nominal sizing so that they're easy to acquire. That is important because in order to make a house more affordable, you need to actually be able to find the items that go into those buildings. So we're going to take this and just for the purposes of finishing these designs up in a method that makes sense, we're going to actually take one of these and copy them, paste aligned to selected levels, go up to our second story. And on our second story, kind of see the outline of below. Grab those outside walls, copy to clipboard, paste align to current view, make sure that the top constraints are all connected and they're set to 1. Probably have done the same on the first floor. Connected, 8 for 1. Always make your walls unconnected in this software. It's unforgiving when it comes to constraints. Make sure that your groups are all disconnected. All of the walls disconnected from the outsides. Everything internal to this area. Make sure all your walls are not connected to the above floors when you're doing your groups. And then above and beyond that, give yourself an insertion point that makes sense. So this insertion point should be down at the bottom corner. In this case, because we don't have matching property lines to utilize, you can see that it inserts it there. That allows us to swap out unit options very. If you swap out something that's off balance or not in the right spot, it could provide or could make it a little bit more difficult. So we are gonna take this unit and make a modification on the second floor, because on the second floor, once we start getting up there, we have a new entrance, and that new entrance is going to, um, be a conflict with what we have for our plumbing. That's kind of an issue because we wanna try and stack as much as we can in these units so that we can join them up in the floor below. So we wanna try and keep everything centralized to an extent so that we can make it easier to work with. So we may add a washer over to the other side and providing a different access to this washroom. We'll have to play around with the design a little bit, make sure. Anyway, have a look through. We'll go into our first floor and grab those fire rated walls that we had down below so that we're separating out our staircase. Up the clipboard, paste the line of view, make sure that we're unconnected, same sort of thing. We have our layout. We're gonna continue working with this layout. We have our party wall, which is a 2 by 4 with a gap in between. It's gonna be filled with rock wool insulation and then filled up in the front with a 5/8 drywall. That is a fire rated drywall. We have closets available to each of the bedrooms, but we now have a new entrance. The entrance is being shifted up here. So we have to create a variant of this design. Do that by clicking on it, editing the type and duplicating it to a second option, and now we can dive into that option and make some adjustments. That adjustment can be something as simple as just moving the washing machine over and separating the space so that we have access here, except we are going to disconnect that join, as we should, with all of our groups. Notice how it's hollow and not connecting in. That allows us to not connect to that fire rated assembly. We have our washing machine now moving closer to the front of our house, which could be misconstrued with our what's it called? Coat closet. Not ideal. You have to look at another way to take advantage of that laundry. Second you come in the front door, you're gonna wanna hang up your door. It's gonna be very confusing. So, um, I would say let's take advantage of the fact that this is here, or we can shift this door over and maybe have a look at flipping this on our other layouts and adapting in another closet space and seeing how we can connect the 2. Then we have ourselves a coat closet right off the bat, and then what the only difference is we would just take that door and flip it, then make this 3 feet deep. Further than that, give ourselves laundry, 45 that door, just so that we're not conflicting with that front entrance. No, 4.5, 45. And these are wrapped. We can change these designs. We actually have a spot between these 2 bedrooms back here. We would have to end up, decreasing the footprint that's within them. Not ideal when our bedroom is already pretty small. The, however, we can end up opening up this space in the living room, making it more accessible. Um, we wanna try and keep our bathroom outside of the living room area. However, having a loud laundry right next to your living room is not that does lend itself to a laundry space in the back, so we may wanna try and explore that. Again, these are options. We can play with these options all day long, and I'd be interested to hear what your opinions are. What would you do with your laundry if you're listening in? Mhm. Approaching lunchtime here, I am gonna take a break for lunch shortly. Just want to get this one little design wrapped up here. Yeah, and provide access to these units. Play around with them in a second. I mean, this again, keeping everything stacked, nice and light, easy to utilize. Access to a front living room, advantage of some natural light coming off of the sink area, couple of, windows off to the side for the bedrooms. Make it a presentable elevation. Down to the main floor. Let's, grab all of this, and let's copy, paste the line to selected levels, level 2. And on the second floor, just filter out walls and make sure that our top constraint is unconnected. 8 foot 1, just like the same thing here. Same here. Perfect. Easy. And then because of where our little item is located, we can swap that out for an option 2. Yeah, exact same thing over here. We have our entrance. Beauty. All right. And same thing, front entrance door. Fits nicely, nice and snug in that front entrance. We got our powder room. We've got some storage. We've got closets. We got a full linear kitchen with the possibility to put your own little island in there, a traveling island, little 2-foot 1. Because everything's all on one wall, you can get away with a 3-foot corridor, to your island. We have a little breakfast bar off to the side anyway. We could add just for the purposes of this, and a little 2-foot RO 90. Let's just do 3 feet to move and move that 3. Okay, we have enough space, just enough space to get around if we need to. I would prefer to have just a little bit more, but a quarter does not quite fit the bill. And our bedroom's already a fair bit tight. So can we fit it? Sure. Is it tight? Yes. Um, 3 feet is our requirement everywhere, so we would have to actually try and figure out a way to make it just a bit smaller. And we probably just make this island mobile, or even you can have your own hanging table to be able to bring out into the center. We'd have to see how much space do we have in this corridor. 4'5". So we wouldn't be able to take this and put it up against the wall, but you could probably hang some sort of a, foldable or collapsible table so that when you have guests, you can have a full-size dining room experience. Okay, looking good. We have some options. We'll do a separate option with laundry in the back and, reconfigure this, option right here. Okay. Mm, what else do we have? We have a working option. Let's add a roof to this as well. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these units and, modify them so that they'll fit on our site so we can see what the exterior is doing. Probably not gonna need a door jumping out the front of your building, if we decide to add balconies, maybe, but we'll see. Still super embarrassed that we had no audio all this morning. Unreal. This is why you need moderators. Also, just do your due diligence, check your audio, Dennis. Let's just make sure. I thought I had set all of these so that they were unconnected. Why didn't that one get caught? And this one will have the constraint down to the floor below. Okay, down to floor. How did I do this one again? Underside, yeah. What are you doing? Up to second floor. No, unconnected. 8 foot 1. All of these underside of second floor. I don't know. I'm completely bodging this up. Sorry, everyone. Underside of second floor. Top of second floor. These ones are going to floor. Top of second floor. All right. Now we can add our roof. It looks like that one does need an entry door. This top of story about a girl. It had doors to her house and in the whole world. All right. We have our layouts, and what we'll do is utilize them again on that other scheme. Okay. Now we just now when we're dealing with roofs on this one, we have to be careful because of drainage. Yeah, we don't want to create valleys where ice damming and stuff can happen. And, I have seen modern townhouses try and do these sloped roofs that go into one another. Then you just create this really difficult scenario. Um, I like all of the all-in-one units for laundry, no venting required. Yeah, I've been seeing these pop up lately, Stuart, just as add comment to that. They, um, they are starting to become more popular. They definitely take up a lot less space. I'm wondering if, what the longevity on these are. Really, really curious. Um, I've only just started seeing them pop up more frequently now. Very curious. Let me know down the road what that looks like for you if you're dealing with any heavy maintenance or not. But, they definitely save a lot of space, like, having this side-by-side laundry, if you can have it all done, literally goes through a wash and dry cycle and finishes it all. Um, I know that one of the places that I stayed at in Europe had one of those units, and it really confused me. It was like, "Am I just gonna or hang dry all this stuff?" That's pretty cool. Alright, so let's split these out. We'll go file, save as, project. Option 1, end unit. Actually, you know what? Let's get the roof. I will save. I'm gonna have to do a different, roof for the end unit. Save as project. Um, I can always load as group into the other project. This is one thing you have to pay attention to when you're working in Revit and working with groups or working with, option management in general. Try and do as much as you can in one file so that you're not duplicating work. And once you get to a certain point, you're gonna have to separate out your files when you're especially when working with townhouses, um, blocks of information. So get to a certain extent, make all of the different variants, and then split out your file. Don't split out your file too early because you're gonna spend a lot of time opening and closing files and copying things over. So try and do as much as you can in one file before you progress, and you'll see that as we start working through the project. You'll find your efficiency goes up. Option 1, end unit. Right. I also find it kind of frustrating in the feed that I'm, not getting comments coming through. I know that this is an upcoming feature that is being dropped into, Streamlabs, that I'm just gonna have to sit and wait patiently for. I do have to constantly check in to see if there are messages popping up. So, a bit frustrating, but that's what we're dealing with on this feed. Alright, so this is our end unit, so that means that I will also file as, um, project internal townhouse option 1, internal unit, okay, and if this is the internal unit, what we'll do in 3D is we'll just take this and delete and get rid of all of these floor bases, save it, and then what we'll do is, just for the purpose of finishing this off, we'll go up to our 2nd story, and when you're dealing with roofs and townhouses, please make sure to take into account drainage. Usually front to back drainage is ideal, but we have a long distance to go for these trusses, so we have to try and be a little bit, cautious, usually, setting up a of some sort where or, having a ridge in the center where you're sloping it front to back. Um, we gotta be a little bit creative here. If we try and slope it to the side, we will have to slowly raise the heights of each of these buildings. Again, not ideal. Uh, what could we do? I mean, we do have the opportunity to put dormers in the front to mitigate that boring having a shed roof on the front almost. So we'll put some options in. Let's go up to probably create another area plan for top plate. View, plan views, no. And always check your unreferenced views because you may find something special in there. In this case, it's my top plate. Building permit area plans and okay. I'll set my underlay so that I can see the flow up, that tells me where my suite is, and then now I can start building my roof. Now, the edges are gonna be clean cut to the sides, but we'll have an overhang on the front and back. Now, if we are maintaining that Scandinavian modern design, let's look up some inspiration and see what we can find. So, Scandinavian modern design townhouses. Let's see how they're managing this. See, this is what I'm talking about. We have heavy snow loads, and when you start getting into these deep valleys, um, you're going to create ice damming up in the top. Ice damming creates a maintenance nightmare when dealing with Canada. Um, East Coast, obviously, the snow tends to not stay for as long, melts a little bit earlier. after a large snowfall, but even still, that freeze-thaw cycle of snow and ice sitting inside of that cavity will cause nothing but problems down the line. So be very cautious about what you're doing in areas like that. You wanna make sure that you're paying attention to, um, any sort of, valley that could ruin your design. Uh, so when looking at the roof details, there's tons of options that we have when looking at Scandinavian modern style. It tends to be highly recognized for so we can still do that, just need to generate some sort of front to back sloping. So let's have a look at, the possibilities at, front of our so what we need to do is kind of create a twofold experience. We first need to generate the roof. We're gonna do so by just adding our roof to our detail here, and I'll tuck it right to the property line, 'cause remember we had that offset for our exterior walls. We're gonna remove the sloping off of the sides, and then we're gonna add sloping to the front and back. We're gonna minimize that slope because we have a long distance to go. We're gonna try and keep that to a 612, so it's enough slope that, we create a general drainage, but, not too much of a slope that we're gonna send the peaks of our roofs up too high. This also allows enough to provide a dormer to the front of this house. That's what we're gonna try and do here. So, we're going to take the front of this, we're just gonna move it out 4 inches. This just gives us enough to put some trim on the front and back. Same thing here. Don't attach it. We're gonna leave it and raise up that heel, that base offset of the foot. Wanna give it some height off of that so that we can have enough insulation heel to cover it. So we are raising that up to add a little bit of extra height. Once we raise that up, then we can look at placing another roof on top of it. Copy and paste that roof, align to the exact same place. We're gonna edit the footprint of that roof. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take whatever that distance is, um, we're gonna cut it in half. We're gonna move, and then we're gonna go find that midpoint of that roof. Gonna move it right down there. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take it because what we have is a natural, um, center of these 2 buildings. We wanna try and create essentially a small valley that water can come down and join up with these 2 buildings because we have this natural slope back, but we also wanna create a dormer that creates that Scandinavian modern style. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna move this over 6 inches. We're gonna create a foot of space on either side. So we're gonna do the same thing on this side. We're gonna move it over 6 inches, and then we're gonna take away the slopes from the front and back, and we're gonna add them into the sides. The only difference is we're gonna increase the slope because of the distance that we have. We're gonna increase this to ideally 12-12. We'll see what that looks like, and then we're gonna go to the front of the building. We definitely have the height for a 12-12, so that's perfect. It kind of adds in that extra, value to it. And you'll see kind of how that joins up with the other building. I'll show you a neat little tip and trick working with private roofs here in a second to be able to cut these. If you just take this roof and I know you're gonna say, "Why don't you just use the roof join command?" I'll explain this in a moment. We're gonna have to be able to do option management for this roof. So we're gonna use how to cut this out. All storms really know what I'm talking about. So, first thing you wanna do is join these 2 roofs. You wanna join them so that we're getting a nice line that is showing within them. Next thing you wanna do is you wanna sever out portions of this roof by using what's called a vertical opening. You take your vertical opening, click on the roof that you have in here, and then you take your camera and you look underneath the roof. You'll see that nice little join line that's in there. All you're gonna do is you're gonna take that join line it, you'll have yourself a nice little, wedge. You'll see roof going. As for the other part of the roof, same thing, except you're reversing where that's cutting. You're taking it from the opposite side. So we do the same thing. You go to vertical, you would click on the main roof here, take the lines that are underneath and the back sides, and you'll have this, like, inverted severance of roof. Do the same thing. You click on this back side here, and it creates this nice shape that we have, and from there, you hit your check mark, and look, cut away the portions of your roof, and the rest we can manage via detailing. So we now have what looks like that roof is just sitting on that lip. It actually works really well from a detailing perspective. Ignore the little extra bit that you're seeing there. We'll cover that when we get into additional detail. We had talked before about whether or not you should be attaching this roof to the other, uh, wall details. The answer is no. Do not attach this. We're gonna copy all of these walls up. We're gonna paste them up to the selected levels. We're gonna go to top of top plate, and they're all unconnected. We're just gonna set them all down to 1 foot for now, so that they're dropped down below the roof, and we're gonna set these to make them a little bit more custom. What I mean by custom is we're gonna edit the profiles, and we are going to draw in new walls. This is important because of what we're gonna be doing to these. We wanna make these available so can be utilized in framing softwares that are, directly hooked into modular applications. So, we wanna make sure to edit these profiles so that we activate these in groups, and then within groups, we can change out the properties of them or modify them or do whatever it is we need to do. So we're gonna edit the profiles. We're going to change look, it, please. Do not like this new minimalist design that, Autodesk put together for the UI. Quite disappointed with the icons, actually. Some of them are that's just me being a complainer. Okay, so we have now created our minimalist Scandinavian modern front design. I'm just gonna finish off this last one. We have this all completed and, get this kinda wrapped up here. Alright. Okay, and then once we have this, we're gonna take all of these walls here that we have and the roof. We did this on the, first day. We're gonna combine this all and create a group, and this group is going to be called, uh, Townhouse, and, what did we call it? This interior unit roof 1212 pitch. Be descriptive for these things. You need to be able to find out where they are. Townhouse interior unit roof 1212 pitch, and we'll utilize that for now. We're gonna have to dress up what's being shown because all of these are being recessed back. So what we'll do first is we'll, determine what area of space is available on the sides. We may have to dress that up in post and just kinda show where that is, and then each of these overhangs will be slightly different as they, get stacked up. You'll see this once we join it up in the site plan. Um, the exposed portions of these buildings are back in this corner and will most likely be in this back corner. So we'll have to fix that up on the actual floor plan. Um, now Let's just take this, create similar, and I will here. Of course, I would hide underneath the door and sever that out. Hide that into that corner, and then drag this option back. Set my line to be 2 feet, and then just drag this over. Should give ourselves a nice little layout. Do the same back here. Copy, paste, align to yeah. Copy, paste, align to selected level, top of second floor. Set that down to top offset being 0. And same thing, copy, paste, align to selected levels, top of top plate. Set that to be 1 foot, and then adjust our group, accommodate that in, because we wanna add that one little wall in. And then that has its profile edited. Why go through all this extra work, Dennis? Well, it'll make sense once you actually get into working with modular software such as, Structsoft, their MWF programs. You wanna start setting up the walls so that you can actually chunk them and separate them out into alright, so we have a repeatable scenario. Um, do we need to do this on the backside? That depends on what we're looking at visually from both sides. Since we have access to view this from both sides, we may wanna take that dormer and put it on the other side as well. Um, let's just have a look at what it does to our neighborhood currently. We'll start adding in windows and, so we're gonna close this down and go back to our infill site plan. Gonna place a few of these homes and get motoring. Alright. So we have our townhouse option 1. I'm just gonna leave that there. Going to insert, link Revit, bring in our internal units. Grab that unit and move it into a spot where I can rotate it. And rotate, place. Cool. And then we're gonna take that unit and move it into one of these spots. Preferably this one should link up nicely. And we're gonna copy and paste this a few times. Mm. Okay, those are our interior units taking shape. All right, I'm gonna leave this other one here because when we do our end units, I'll snap them together. The idea is that what you should start seeing is our neighborhood populating. We have our recessed back townhouses, which are for whatever reason oh, yes, that's right, we don't have a landscape right now. I think what I might do is actually just put a floor in for the moment, even just topography maybe, topo solid, and sure, whatever, I'm not really overly concerned. So, we'll just take this and morph it into this neighborhood. Okay, Awesome. Having a look. Maybe change the material so we can make it a little bit green. Why not, right? We have the opportunity to do so. Here, let's just go to grass or grass, call it that, apply, and there we go. Alright, so we kinda have our site. We have a couple of interior townhouse units. We have exterior fourplexes. We'll start dressing this up and have them in landscape as we go. I am gonna take a break for a little bit. I will be back as we have lunch. I'll be back at 1 o'clock EST. We're gonna finish off these end cap units, so stay tuned as we dive more into the design. Thank you, and see you in a bit. What's up, everybody? Just jump back on the feed, continuing where we left off. We kind of getting ourselves set up for this little subdivision here in Yarmouth. So, um, yeah, pushing the stick. I'm just gonna pop up the screen here and get rid of this banner. Yeah, we've been busy. We're looking to add some density into a property in Yarmouth. We found a site online that is available um, for affordable. I pull it up on the screen here and show on screen. There we go. Yeah. So every now and then these pop up. You'll notice they're notices of areas that have submission deadlines for property opportunities. One that we're looking at is on Kemp Street in Yarmouth. The property in question, once I open it up here, has some potential because of where it's located. Yarmouth is growing. It does look like a portion of the property is kind of cut off, but I'll have to factor that into the design once we get into it. Um, does look like I'll have to kind of jog around some of the other properties that are up there and cut out a portion. Um, yeah, something doesn't look right. I'll have to have a look. Mhm. Right. Well, I'm looking at a property on the other side of Kemp Street, and we'll try and factor in the one on the other side as well, the one in between Church Street and Kemp. So we're gonna do both sides. I see the potential of adding additional units and increasing density between these 2 areas. Regardless, they're both R1 zoning, so we can fit in what we need in there. We'll be able to adapt it to it. Let's take a look across the road. Oh no, we didn't get rid of our image. Did we? Let's have a look at both properties. All right. We have 2 properties here. One that we were working on across the street, and another one that has an interesting breakout. Looks like marshland. Might be difficult to build in. It's probably why it's for sale. Hmm, creative. Let's see what the current status of that land is. Oh, do we have a better view of it somewhere? Hmm. Hard to say. I don't know how much of this is undisturbed, or we'd have to get geotech in there to kind of take a look at it. Mm, mm, mm. Mhm, mhm. Oh, regardless, I'm gonna take a snap of this. I'll load this into Revit, and we'll balance it into the property that we see here. Link image, pop this baby right there. Make sure raster images are turned on. Remove this. Property is right into that corner. And scale it up. Rotate it first. Sorry. Take that all the way to the end. We're gonna rotate that down so that fits there, and then we're gonna scale it up from there. I didn't find the edge. Let's see. Just grab onto that. Okay, just move that back down. Okay, scale, grab onto that corner, and go all the way to the other side where we have that property. I need to rotate ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Nope, even less. We're halfway through the week here. We're doing some fun things. Uh, 0.25. There we go. That looks about right. Alright, so we have our other property boundary up at the top there. We're gonna trace it and use that as our property across the road and see what we can do from that street. The, actual site in question is over here. It does have what looks to be some green space that we have to pay attention to. Mm, we will see. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. So for schematic purposes, we're just gonna lay this all out. Trust me, I would prefer to do this with an actual site plan. Yeah, this will have to do for now. It's almost blasphemic what I'm doing. All this extra monotonous work. These little indents, perfect for street access to neighboring streets. See if we can take advantage of that as well. Oops, pay attention. Mm-mm. I'm one-handing this, folks. So keep in mind, this has been a long stream. It's going to take a while. Mhm. It almost looks like there is trace the line as best as we can. That's all we can hope for. All right, we will align it with that other road for now. I'm not sure what this depression is. It almost looks like I don't know if it's like a protected area. Kind of looks like it. Might be able to incorporate that into our design. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Um, all right, start severing off this property. Same thing. Let's just start looking at consistent line work. See what we can come up with. We have a street facing element. Um, because of what's here, we may not want to. We may want to make our egress come out this one side. Um, maybe we'll have to have a look. All right. Let's just do some line work for now. See what we can come up with. 80-foot lots probably won't work. And we still have this hindrance, which I believe is some sort of marshland or protected area. Let me see if there's any environmental maps on the site. Uh, hmm, Where's the one that I was just in? Okay. Uh, Streets, light gray, hybrid, oceans, terrain, topo, terrain with labels. Anything? Does any of this work? I don't know. What is this? Property layer for the town of Yarmouth. Thanks, tips. Why is it separate? Why does this have a separate PID? I don't know. Have to look further into it. All right. So we'll focus our design on what's there currently. It's the best we can do. I'm assuming the LinkedIn feed is dropped. It has been more than 4 hours, so I'm sure that will be closed down as it stands. YouTube is still going strong, so we'll keep that feed going. The We are working our way through this design in Europe. Oh, now it appears. You have to zoom in. Well, that's a problem. Apps are all silly. Okay. Um, let's take the smallest portion that we have. I believe it's up to this point here at 100. Okay, we'd have to build up the road right over top of this if allowed. Um, Same thing for the back of the property. We have some there. Copy 100. Something there. Copy 100. Not really feasible, is it? Mm. I mean, other than having some sort of roundabout in the middle, basically come into the street and then come and curl out. Okay. We took a circle here, like this, moved it down here, offset it meters, offset that 7 point. Yeah, that might work. That might work. That still works within the 100-foot setback. Get some little flag lots off the back. We probably have it so that the entrance to this roundabout's kind of offset that gives us additional properties. The Basically, I take this, so 100 feet, went along here. You can actually just follow that entire property line and, yeah, track it right through. Not bad. I'd say that's not bad. We would offset that 1.5 meters, basically keep that all the way through, and offset 0.2 meters off this side. 6. Let's go 9 meters in here. Oops. Let's do the other side. Okay. Great similar. Let's try and keep this. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep the no radius. Please keep doing it too shallow. All right. You are getting cut, and then I'm taking you out. So frustrating. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now I can take that line, create similar radius. Thank you. Much better. Same here. Cut and cut. Offset 8.5 meters. Let's drop that off there. That generates a little bit of a property for us. I can get rid of these. We have ourselves a little roundabout. Basically can just infill this whole thing here. We have two properties that we can take advantage of at the front. We'll try and increase our density a little bit like we did across the street. We don't really have room for townhouses or semis here, so try and make these as simple as humanly possible. So do that. We're just gonna make a couple of here. I think that's probably it. We'll add the corner. Probably increase these to 32 feet. What's that do for us? Still got enough left over. That's 38 feet off the edge. That gives enough of a landscape buffer for like fence and stuff like that. All right, and then we can start chopping away at the bit for all of these extra um, lots. We have enough to give um, decent side yard and front yard. So let's start adding in the property lines. Create similar. Create by sketching. Let's do 100 feet. It's right to the sidewalk. And we will do the same thing back here. Offset 100. Ignoring all the rest of the stuff back here. Somebody's gonna get access back here. We don't need access to both streets. I think coming off of Kempt would be the best idea. The, like, taking advantage of this space back here, maybe even selling it back to one of the neighbors, who knows, but, looks like there's some sort of easement. Alright, so do that. That will go into there. The other property line is already kinda set for me, so I will just join that up to that. And I think that's it. The rest I can kind of piecemeal. So create similar, create by sketching, add in. Good, 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 good. This should probably be rounded to fit that requirement. I mean, we have some extra space here. Probably give it back, but we have to provide access to these driveways. So check, check. It's a little tight. All right, let's get rid of those. Clock in here. There's our inside curve property line. And get rid of this line work. Get rid of this line work. And we have our dimension, but I will just drag that down so that's out of the way. And then everything else is offsets from here to 100 feet. Mm. For you. You are dedicated for your property line. We don't need this back one. This is the property line's already back there, Dennis. Silly goose. All right. This is our internal, has a roundabout, has access to these back units here. Probably just sever this off. I mean, we have a front yard, probably put a few trees. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. All right. Now for all of the lot splits, create by sketching. You mentioned we want to try and take advantage of as much density as we can in this area, all while building into the requirements of the neighborhood. That's just okay. We have now, how do we want to chop this up? This is a little bit of a square lot, but we're going to require a decent amount of pie lots here. Not ideal. I want to try and take advantage of as much of the footprint that we have on this site. I'm almost wondering if we should keep and have this whole back row as homes. Tricky. Well, let's see what we end up with. Create by sketching. I'm just going to start right from this corner and just section it off. Copy. Let's go 36 feet. I definitely need to factor in the property lines too. And then 30 feet from there on in. Copy. Boop, boop, boop. And just keep adding those in until it starts turning. And then here we have to start really thinking about how this gets split up. I'm almost wondering if we create more of a multi-unit complex in the back here, add a couple of townhouses or, a couple of smaller units along this line, like 4 unit homes, a couple of maybe a semi-detached on one side with a single off of here, just to create some variety. We're trying to create some affordable housing options that are available for everyone. But, the only downside is if I put, like, a multi-unit back here, we're facing all of this other residential. Um, it's not entirely ideal, and it's also tucked all the way at the back. We need to provide infrastructure for that. Not to say that we aren't gonna put infrastructure in here anyway, but let's see. Um, okay. Should I take one of these? We have them. Move. We'll take that little line there. This is the front of our house, so we will rotate it here. Then whatever property we put on the side will be the complete opposite. So, I think that's more than sufficient. Like we have pretty decent distance back from the front lot line. We might be able to pull that a little bit forward, to create a little bit more of a backyard. In the meantime, I will just flip this, copying. likewise by grabbing the 2 of these. Why does it gotta be difficult? Flip, see how this lands. Yeah. I mean, that right there, that's, 12, 36 beds. Not bad. Not bad. Right off the bat, the neighborhood starting to add up some density. Start create a few, maybe add a bigger facility at the back for from a supportive standpoint. If we took this, basically stopped it with one more line. Just wanna create some sort of parking of some sort. Then maybe it's in the back corner over here, just a support office to manage everything with the houses here. Just create a little bit of a bigger facility that people can, uh, join up to, have conversations, get the help that they need from a mental health standpoint, go to get their needs taken care of from a supportive environment. So let's keep looking here. I mean, we have this oddball property. I wonder if we just separate it here. Could we just join up to that? I mean, I don't really want to join up to that circle. I'd rather keep something. What a difficult unit or difficult property. Let's just keep looking through. Mm, 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 mm. That's the other thing too. We got to look at each of these properties, see if we can just like move one up, one back, kind of just create some difference in the elevations. That way, they're not looking all the same. Bring it out 2 feet just to give it a difference. That's so annoying. I got to get rid of this image. Hide in view, move 2 feet. Take something like that, maybe back 2 feet. Move two. Again, just creating some difference in the elevations. We have our pathways to the rear yards. We'll whip up the designs, make them a little bit nicer. I'm not too worried about that right now. The renderings can come later once we have it all in position. It's a matter of making it feasible at this moment. Could even take this one ever so slightly, rotate. I mean, why not? Um, just keep it closer to the front. and then array it. Let's see if we can do a radial array here. No, it's not a very good use of space. Looking good. Cut this off, taper it up here, and then make this entire length homes from here to here. Hmm. Get rid of this cul-de-sac. Bring it up here. Bring the road through. Could add one, two, three more, and then do one, two, three. Mm-mm-mm. We'll play with some options here. What's my split? Split, split, split. Copy 32. Let's just go 30. Let's keep these easy. Copy. See, from density standpoint, if we add in a couple more, could theoretically fit that many in. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven multi-unit fourplex buildings. Mm. Mm-hmm. I took that 1.5 meters, 7.2 meters. We need a sidewalk on the one side. No, I don't know. Doesn't really work. Maybe it does. I'm not sure. Just looking at it. Let's see. You know what? Screw it. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. I'm gonna split this. Let's try this. Create similar. Create radius that is 9 meters. Okay. And then join up this with the sidewalk. Then create. Let's just get this. Fix this boundary here. Edit sketch. 1.5. Um, I guess I only need to drop the. Jeez, dogs really went to town over there. Did not sound happy, whatever those dogs were doing. Mm-mm. Can you tell I'm burning out? 1.5. We're here to make change, folks. Change takes time. Just make sure. Not close that. We'll just join that right up with the outside. Okay. And then, okay. So that looks like Property lines are good for the front and center. Create similar create by sketching this, and back line, select those. Excuse me, listen to me. Select those, and then cast these out to here. Maybe add that one too. All right. It's different. Give it that. It is different. I mean, there's enough room to be able to back out of here for hammerhead. So you would be able to actually back a truck out and then go back around the roundabout. There is enough radius in the inside to be able to accommodate. It's a 9-meter interior radius. Gives you 12 meters center, 15 on the outside. Enough for a fire truck to be able to rotate around here and get out. So that does, and it's also the distance to the end of that road as well, um, is less than 45 meters. So if we have a, um, a fire hydrant right in the middle of this cul-de-sac, then we would be able to access it to get a fire hose connection out there. So overall, pretty decent. Um, I'm still looking at this back area here, and I think there's a potential for, um, a multi-unit of some sort. I have to look at it. And all of these, there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then an extra. Okay, copy. RO 80. And what we'll do, we'll take this and move it all forward. Nice size rear yard. We'll make a little park in this area over here, just in between this little space. Basically a couple picnic benches, give that back to the community. Yeah, we can do either do it there or, on the corner unit over here. I'm gonna take these main units. This is just for layout purposes. RO, place. Alright. Just to see how much density we can squeeze in here. And then we have a, larger property back here that's we can utilize in some fashion. I was thinking we get rid of this straggler. Provide some parking coming off of this street, parking, and then back here, a row of townhouses, stacked townhouses. I think that might be a good fit. Wonder if we could just take what we have here, RO, and point that straight down. Let's go to copy. Let's take the edge of that wall and put a bunch of these side by side just to see. Need at least 6. Okay. So I can take that and move them over here. Move that end one back to feet. and take this unit. I'm gonna delete it for now. Copy this up. Maybe I can do 2 townhouse blocks, 2, 3, 4, and then just split it out. I might do that. Move, add, copy these 2 over. And let's see. Okay. We can add parking directly in front of each of these townhouses. I would say let's take this property line, copy this down 100 feet. I don't think we even need to go 100 feet for these. These are townhouses, so we can probably drive that a little bit further back. What do we have for the rear yard? Not a lot, 14 feet, that's pretty small. Um, Probably about 3 meters maybe to the front of the house. 6-meter rear yard? Yeah, 6 meters is comfortable. I think that that's a fair assumption. Let's take all of these. I'll probably group them. My dogs like to bark. Alright, we have a little bit of space. Yeah, you know what? This'll work. And then we can build off of this little, this inlet here and make parking along the front face. Essentially need a little bit of buffer at the front, probably give about 5 feet and then provide some parking spots. I could probably take the parking from down here, to be honest. Screw it, just take the whole thing. What am I doing, Dennis? Control C, Control V. What did I grab that I didn't wanna do? Oh, project base point. Can't copy that. Alright, rotate. What are you 2 boneheads barking at? Move. Let's create those parking spots there, and maybe copy them somewhere down here. What's that distance left over? Please be 7.2 meters. Oh, look at that. Wow, it was almost like it was meant to be, and with a little bit of extra room to spare. So, pretty sweet. Uh, Visitors parking for the neighborhood. I mean, we can fit more density in there if we want. What are we looking at right now? We have 4 units in each of these buildings, so we're 7 units. So let's just do a little bit of math here. Got 28 plus 24 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 28 plus 24 plus 8 plus 6 in each of those stacks because they're 3-bedroom units and they're stacked on top of each other. Oh, 6 times 8 times 4, 32. Nice. Not bad. I mean, if we're looking at beds, we got 6 beds per unit or per, building here, because we got 2 two-bedrooms, 1 one-bedroom or 2 one-bedrooms in here, and split that out. Um, looking at, geez, 7, 6, 13, 15, 15 times 6 beds, 90 beds, plus the, 6 beds per townhouse stack, times 8 plus 48, 138 beds. That's 138 people off the street, plus a main office off the front park. 138 people off of the street in comfortable housing right in the middle of Yarmouth, right on the edge of Yarmouth. Pretty interesting what we can do with that. Not gonna lie, that makes me excited. Mm-mm. That's for one side. So we take that similar concept. I can hear my dog just honking away in there. I mean, I'm sure we can squeeze more density in here. I am positive we could. Uh, every unit has 6 beds in it. Mm-mm-mm. So, Dennis, why wouldn't we do townhouse stacks and squeeze a higher amount of density in there? But we also have to make this neighborhood so that it's not like overbearing. Just fine. I know I don't like urban sprawl, but um, yeah, we would have some sort of unique design off of the front. This would be the main office. We try and keep it so that it's befitting the neighborhood, have some sort of character to it, create some sort of entrance. I don't know. We'd have to look at it. Entrance off of the street. We have parking at the back, so I'm not concerned. Mm. Would have helped if I stayed perpendicular the entire time. Anyway, we can look at some funky design for this. This would just be the building that we'd utilize for employees that are working with the individuals that require supportive housing. I'm gonna take a break for a bit. I'm a little bit brain dead. I'm losing my voice a little bit. Uh, we are working on increasing density in these 2 properties in Yarmouth. I don't know who owns this property down here, but it would be nice to see it, utilized for a similar purpose. We start counting up these units, we have such a high potential for increased density, and that's a lot of beds. It's a lot of people off the streets that, could be taking advantage of a place like this. Um, we inject a couple of, different opportunities in here, and we can provide jobs, provide new quality of life, and, I'm hopeful. I'm gonna save this for now. Right. I will be back. For those of you that are watching the feed, what we're doing right now is we are designing homes for the community of Nova Scotia. We're doing multiple different styles of fourplex, sixplex, backyard suites, townhouses, you name it. We're designing a whole bunch of them, and then we're gonna give away these designs for free at the end of this feed. Assuming you have signed up for the YouTube channel or Oculi YouTube channel, please subscribe, and also don't forget to donate to Welcome Housing. Welcome Housing, link is in our YouTube feed. Make sure to send some, much needed donations to that cause, because they are helping with supportive housing in Nova Scotia. We, um, we would love to assist in whatever way possible so that we can really help get people off the streets and see that there is a benefit to continuing on and making an effort and being part of, an ever-growing society and, really help that mental health really take the next step further. So, feel free to join in this experience. Add your comments on the YouTube channel as much as you can, and we'll try and incorporate some of that into our design work. Um, I'm gonna take a break for a bit here, come back at about 2 o'clock, yes, and just a quick 10 minutes. I will return. Hello, everybody. Just taking a moment here to check my emails and go through some stuff. We've been working pretty diligently this morning to create basically a whole subdivision that's being uh, requested by OSHA. Uh, it is well underway. Mm, Be digging a little bit further in. We're trying to add some much needed density to Kempf Road. It's or Kempf Street in Yarmouth. There is property. Seems like it was a little bit older wetland. We could probably build it up a bit. I can't tell what this one area is, if it's or not. I'm not sure. Uh, Trying to see. Mm, mm, mm. The site is currently undeveloped. A large portion of the site is encumbered by a wetland. Hmm. How do you manage that? I mean, it's a little bit unstable ground. Probably have to build things on piles. Ends up not being very cheap in the long run. The wetland, I'm wondering how close to that rock. But all the more reason not to build basements. This is the whole reason why we're looking at this design. Um, I wonder if there's a topo map for it. Topo, do some digging. Map. Interactive. That's interactive zoning map. Yeah, we're trying to. Oh, I was there the whole time. Dang it. I bodged it up. German interactive map. Wrong. Yarmouth. Environmental protection maps. Yarmouth. Flood map. Let's look at that. Is this the same Yarmouth? Yeah, it is. Interactive flood map. Let's have a look. Start. Skip. Critical tourist attractions. Pretty slick. Takes a while to load though. What in the world is going on here? I think our map is over here. Should we allow it to load? Jeez. Where is so that's the golf course. Come on, load the tile already. Am I supposed to be seeing something here? Just once, I'd like one of these sites to just work. Or do we just not get anything other than the coastal? Is there nothing populated backwards from this layer? They only showing these areas on purpose? I don't think so. I don't know. What a pain. Not helpful. Did I just add more? I don't know. I'll just let it sit here, I guess, and hope for the best. Is it supposed to load? I'm not even sure. Oh. Refresh it. That's finished? That's all we get? Alright. I guess that's it. It's the only tiles they put together. Oh well. Not really useful. Not for what we're doing anyway. Bummer. Okay. Uh, soil survey. No. Not what I'm looking for. Let's look at departments, see if there's anything that I can find. Um, Planning, development, operational services, parks, mm, engineering, maybe? The reason I'm doing this is to see how much we can find online. Do this for every zoning center, and in very few instances will we actually find the information we're looking for. It's extremely frustrating. This is why we keep talking to outfits like HRM and Downtown City Core of Toronto. Like, we're struggling to find information. It's so scattered and extremely, extremely annoying. This should have been dealt with already. I should have just been able to load this in and see what's going on with my property. It is becoming way too complicated. I don't even know which departments to go look for. I I used to do this for a living, and I should be able to find out where I can find a floodplain. Mm. 'Cause if I can't find it, I'm just gonna assume that I can just infill this entire lot with new gravel and build on something new. I should be able to see somewhere. See what we can find. I mean, I've already been in here. There's our property. That's what I wanted to know about, is that little lot. Just says it's R1. It doesn't tell me what color it is, like, it's all R1, but I have no indicators. Even the base maps, you turn on topographic, disappears. I can't turn the color coding off to my knowledge. Run terrain with labels, I can't see anything. Sorry if I'm being complainy, but this is a problem. Like, why we cannot get the information we need. All of these overlays should be working. I'm gonna switch it over to Esri, see if you've got something. Same thing, Legends covering it. Any way to turn off the zones. I don't know. I don't know. And of course, they put an email. Are you looking for land use information? Yes, I am, but I do not want to go and ask somebody for information. It's too prone with human error. Put up the information for each of your lots online and make them accessible. We're in the digital age, there's no reason why we can't have access to it. It's it's taking too much time out of our day to hunt down information. When I zoom in, look at that. It appears. And I go into terrain with labels and I see nothing but yes, I know that that's wetland, but are we allowed to fill that wetland in? Let me ask Cody. Start a new chat. My standards. Because if there's no worry, then we'll fill this place in. But again, expensive. Excavation costs are super expensive. Building in a wetland. What are the limitations for building in a wetland? If there's anything in their bylaw for building. I mean, we're not in an O2 zone. We're in an R1. Building on wetlands obviously have limitations. Only certain passive recreational uses of public works projects associated with flood control are allowed. These uses must not require the construction or replacement of any building. They're in place for entire environmental sensitivity and floodplain integrity of these areas, ensuring that developments do not contribute to increased flood risk. Not worried about that. Um, I don't know. Mhm. Nothing else in here about it. Mm, 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 mm. 'Cause I'm sure that wouldn't fly. Mm, it almost looks like it's dried up. Like, is there 24 Kempf? I think it was. Kemp Street environment. Right. What's this one here? I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's a bit marshy. No trees there. And they can't plant roots. For Southwest Nova Biosphere. Anyway, land use, municipal planning strategy. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask. Send it a quick email. May help. Let's see. The only good thing I could think of is if you had all of these homes floating, almost hovering above the grade. Did like I don't know if even helical piles for a while. The problem is you don't know until you get coring samples done what the lot is like there. Anyway, I'll send a quick email. Let's just see. Oh, it's not send my email all over the stream. Lots of garbage anyway. Let's see. Looking for information regarding the property 24 Kemp Street. I am wondering if there has been any environmental work or environmental assessment done on the property in recent years to determine the severity of marsh conditions, the wetland conditions, and the actual buildability of that site. Yours truly, Dennis Dixon. Okay, all we can do is ask. Back to the layouts. Now, we had looked at doing a couple of different options for this. We can maximize the amount of parking for the neighborhood and maybe just put it all into one. Um, Hi, creepy dog. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Do we need the parking? Yeah, I would say so. We have a large number of individuals in this neighborhood. We can provide actual bicycle parking, etc. Do we need all of this? No, I'm just creating a space for it. Um, yeah, I'm just keeping this in here. This was intended to be a sidewalk. Sidewalk probably doesn't need to continue. Probably stop at the edge of this property once it's the end of this parking spot. That's a general consensus of this neighborhood. We can wedge in more homes if we need to, increase the townhouse bays. I mean, right now we have 6 units back here with 6 beds in each. You'd probably take basically this entire townhouse populace and in the location here, because what do we have? Basically 168, and from there, 172. Yeah, we can fit that all within there and increase the density even more. Um, Pretty cozy. Why are the graphics going on my there we go. So weird. Must be from that mapping website. Who knows? Okay, continuing on. This really is a marathon. Nobody said it was gonna be easy. We're gonna go through and have a look at this design now as we carry through. I'm just gonna mark out the areas where we have, like I don't recall putting any masking in here at all. Eh, so what I'm gonna do, masking site, make a topo solid, just grab onto this entire oh, come on, you're not gonna make me do this entire thing. That's just rude. Rude. After the chain, select Autodesk. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Mhm, 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 mhm. Alright, that's good. I define an area within, or simplify, or excavate an area within a I think that's what I wanna do. Just grab actually not that. That's the edge of my sidewalk, so that is what I want to use. And then that is the edge of the other part of the street. And then I'm going to take probably another 3 feet back, and I will curl that down to 5-foot radius. That would be fair. Okay, keep that turn in there. Parking right out front. Okay, radius. Okay. You know what? Actually, I will do this instead because it's better design. Mm, mm, mm. There we go. Just cut that edge back a little bit. Those two are crossed enough. There's no extra line work. Is that closed? Edge. Shut that down. Oh, forgot. And stop. All right, that's subdivided. Let's make sure that that is separate material. We'll call that site work asphalt. Okay. We have our property cutoffs. Mm, And what else? Oh, yes, floor. Do a 6-inch slab. Is our sidewalk. Okay. Just so that we finish off this neighborhood here. All right. What's your problem? Really? That's where you're going to give me the issue? All right. That would be top of first floor. Let me just make sure. Why are the why I'm not even gonna ask. Okay. Not sure why that subdivide height. Let's go 1 inch, and then you are 6 inch. Okay, that's our sidewalk. Top of first floor. That's negative 1.6. One. Okay. And that is concrete. That is asphalt. That is grass. The rest will have their own driveways, which we'll have to create curb cuts for. Yeah, create a nicer building right off the front. You come down the neighborhood, all you'll really see is a series of trees, a home. You'll see a nicer corner home covering this corner. Um, a row of oscillating entrances to these Scandinavian modern style homes. And then just a peekaboo down the street to down there, and then in the middle, I should actually draw now, draw that in the site plan. Create similar, this, offset is be here, it's the exact same, and then in that, I will also put another topo. I'll do this, and that will be negative 1 foot 3. Okay. Nice turnaround area, a little bit of extra parking. I should probably just take this buffer and run this straight across. Let me just do this. There we go. And then the entire outside should have a curb of some sort, and then we would be able to raise up the outside grass towards the house, create some entrances. Sweet, it's really starting to come together. Like a neighborhood that I might wanna live in. Mm, 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 mm. Alright. LFK, let's fucking go. Alright, now, a lot of this area is showing as kinda like the deeper wetlands. A lot when you start getting over to the outskirts, like the, outer side, we are kind of casting it to the residential areas, so it should ideally be, less compacted fill that we need to put in. Um, we'll have to figure out how to deal with the road system in here. It'll be a bit of a trick. Like, most of these houses are gonna be floating, they'll be on piles, so it'll be a little bit less, arduous. Just hoping that we can get trucks in and out. A little bit of, structural fill. Wonder if I have a house that I could put in here. Um, but I might have one in my library that I can just fire into that. I also have my oh, I did turn that off. Perfect. Hola. Wait, uh, let's just start taking this, and I'm just gonna go down to my first floor here and move this out as well. Flip this. Wondering if I should just take all of these and flip them so that they're facing internal to the, neighborhood, and then we could put up, like, a buffer to kinda block it in. I didn't really wanna do that, really kinda wanted to, like, provide really just bring this to the community, like, I don't want them to be shocked or scared of what's happening here. Like, we add in a couple of features, make the front entrances of these look great. See, give it a shot, see what the neighborhood looks like. Before I do that, let's just finish off things like the road and whatnot. Uh, uh, mm, sure, add-ins. Let's go to massing and site, topo solid. Let's just draw in a road and then cut that off. Here we go. Join it up. Okay. And here we go. Let's make this one edit type, duplicate, asphalt. Two, and then we can just take that and make them the same. All right. Okay, we'll try this out. Viewing. Export to data smith. All right. So open twin motion. Uh, twin motion. All right, let's look at these designs here. Uh, Viewership has dropped today. I mean, it's an excellent connection right now, but geez, not looking too good. Wait, let's see. Uh, okay, this doesn't really help me out any. All right, new scene. Import, click, open. Oh, did I overwrite the other one? Uh, let's go library, H3I neighborhoods, outdoor. Just drag. All right, it's looking all right. So we're coming into this neighborhood. Let's just, we've got some elevation here. I need to raise this whole thing up. Just grab this. Where is my up arrow? There we go. Library materials. Let's add ground, nature. They have something that doesn't look like absolute garbage. Guess this is a grass. No. There we go. That's what I was looking for. 5. Okay. Wonder if we make that pop up because that's kind of a problem. Concrete. Ooh, what is that? A wet concrete? 5. Okay. Roads, stones, modeling, wall coverings, brick. Oh, might be asphalt in here. Concrete, nothing but concrete. Uh, uh, handmade asphalt. There we go. 5. Okay. All right, let's get to my materials. Wood, let's go. I like the maple look. Let's give it a 90 with a 5 vertical. We change color, be a little bit more of the gray. Get our materials, wall coverings, roof coverings. What is going on? Run away. There we go. Uh, yes. So 5. That should be fine. We go to materials again. Let's go to metal. Look at carbon, 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 carbon. One of my favorites. Do that same for the door. Same for the fascia. And then trying to find more of a softer material for that edge. Change it so that it kind of blends a little bit more with surroundings. Yeah, maybe close enough for now. All right, there we go. Materials, let's change the glass. Let's do like a clear glass blue. There we go. That's a little bit sharper. Then as for the concrete, look, a little brighter. Okay, neighborhood's starting to click together a little bit, and this is where we start adding in vegetation. Look at trees, get ourselves cypress. Let's scale that down because it's huge. Did this yesterday or on Monday, sorry. Dropping these dropping these sort of details in is good to do for each property. Okay, cover up a little bit those corners from a landscaping perspective. Add in some mm, what was that, vegetation. Look at some bushes. Do you have anything else? Detailed grass. Yeah, whatever. Look at this. Add in. You basically want to drop the scale down a bit and just bring the eyes down, and then create some garden features as you go. Give every house their own touch. Okay, little bit by little bit. How's it going, puppy? What do you think, hun? Starting to look like a Scandinavian spa? The yeah, psychos. Start adding in some pathways, extra veg. All right. Objects, city, bollards. I like these little modern bollards that they have. The They just add a little extra touch to the site. Again, feeling more and more like home. Mm. Nice, hefty front yard setups. Cool. All right. Then we have a boulevard opportunity here because we also have a sidewalk on the other side, but we can run one straight down on the left as well. So I'm gonna save this. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna call this Yarmouth, Yarmouth Housing Project. Affordable opportunity. Mm-mm-mm. Subdivision with your help of affordable homes. And will be given away for free. Awesome. Keep these posts going. Mm. All right, I'm just gonna add a little media shot here, and then add in. I always like the rain shots. I don't know why. Just a little bit. Looks like a little bit moody. Also a little bit of realism too, right? Uh, yeah, camera, auto exposure. Add a little depth of field in there. Distance. Focus is here. Falls off so quickly. Ah, forget it. I don't need it. I can always do that in post. Uh, what I do need though is something that is not showing on here. I need viewpoint perspective. And I know I saw that in here before. I don't know if that's a setting I do later on. I feel like I just went through this. Oh, details. Here we go. Parallelism. Okay. Recycle. Chromatic. I do like to increase the sharpness a bit to really define those edges. I don't really need chromatic aberration. It just kind of confuses your eyes. However, the vignetting does add a little bit of an effect to the view. In the render, we can increase the shadows. the shadow bias to kinda give you a little bit of extra, but I don't know. I think we're good. Play render, boom, but not what we're interested in. Pretty funky, filters we can put on that. Line light, line regular. No, thank you. None. 'Kay, output's fine. Mild rendering, sure. Global illumination, it's fine as it is. The reflections are good. I don't have really any, concerns with the exposure currently. It's just a matter of building it up and putting in some lighting, making it half decent. Um, just see what our options are. Fill up the horizon a little bit. We don't need a city. There is an ocean. We're just not putting that in right now. Okay, we will have to just fire in some smaller aspects into that. So our sidewalk, first floor, create similar. Do that. And then offset, which is okay. And I don't need that. Actually, I might. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, got that. That's all the way around. Probably bring that in. Where are you intersecting? Now for the fun part. Find out where the intersections are. Ha! There we go. In 3D, just grab on. It looks like it's where it should be, but just to make sure. Okay. We will add another, and I'm just gonna raise this up. Negative 1.2, maybe? Yeah. This is negative 1.2. Negative 1. No, something doesn't seem right. 1.2. Negative 1.1. Okay. All right. Almost got attacked by a dragonfly. And we'll keep that and then offset it by 1.5 meters. Make it 5 feet. And we'll run that right into the sidewalk. That. I do this for proposal purposes. So we can see the sidewalk as we enter in. That is our concrete porch slab. We Should we do concrete driveways? Do we need driveways? Are they just pathways? What are the boundaries? Mhm. Let's just make sure to get all of these. Mhm. And we will use both of those as our connection. And all of these will connect to our front. All right. And then the rest is all just cleanup. Awesome. Do it all for the rendering. And then trimming and deleting inner segment. A little trick, if you don't know this in Revit, it does have a not amazing trim all, but at least it gets rid of some of the. All right, creates a little pathway to the house. It's good enough right now. I'm just gonna hit save. I am going to click on export to Datasmith file. We are going to reload this, quit media mode, and then we're going to reload this. Oh, I'm reloading the wrong thing. Um, import, reload. Did that not finish? Oh, it's still out uploading. I'll wait here. Mm-hmm. 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 Concrete ground, man-made. We'll take this and make it into. I wonder if we should make it free. No, I don't want to make it difficult to walk on. We do that. 5. Why is everything 5? All right. Those are all joined. Okay. And then as for the environment, what is going on with the grass? Back to media. Let's click on this image. There should be a 3D grass option. Unless I'm missing something. Tools. Oh, they do have hedges. Okay. Well, that's fun. Landscapes, grasses, or like physically add grasses in. That'd be just silly. Um, Turn on 3D grass in motion. Oh man. Let me see. Is the render actually included? I don't think so. Um, all right, well, whatever. Ground, nature, go to instead of materials, vegetation, grass and flowers, lawn, and let's go to populate. Place, area. Let's do from here, quit media mode. All right, get me out of this image. Why is let's look at some lawn. All right, getting a little somewhere. I went quiet for a bit, trying not to do that, but I get so involved in the process that I like to see what's going on. Let's just take a look. I want to add a couple of little vehicles in there. We have to add much. Why don't we add portable vehicles? Some that should park on the side of the street. Um, we have cars, trucks. Okay, a little bit aggressive. Um, let's swap that car around. Let's make that 50. Yeah. All right. Let's grab this car, this truck. This is just to show scale of what we're working on. All right. It is two-lane traffic. One back. Add in some windows, units, and beyond. A couple of trees, vegetation. I mean, overall, coming together, and a little bit of lighting for accent. We don't want anything too aggressive. Yep. There we go. And then usually it'd be nice to add a little something. Probably not. I don't know if we need the extra light. However, can you just cooperate with me, camera? I miss Lumion. I know I paid a fortune to be able to use that software, but I must say my experience was a lot better. Just wish it was so expensive. Need to drop that software cost down astronomically. Uh, this one probably a little bit aggressive. Let's make it softer. Yeah, that looks all right. Okay, awesome. Okay, getting somewhere here because it is important to see how these will end up. Let's get back to our media view here. We do have ourselves a little bit of a neighborhood. Let's just add in one or two characters. They don't need to be animated. Posed human. Do we have any that are, like walking? Uh, whatever. Want some characters that are kind of in motion. Be nice. Travel. There we go. Maybe somebody that's just um somebody that's not Carrying a hand or a rolly bag. That'll do. Let's just raise up a bit. Okay, and then maybe just casual. Yeah, just down at the road. Again, this is just for context anyway. Mm, 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 mm. Rename. Fourplex. Uh, entrance. Mm-hmm. Add the image in. Details. We could use motion blur, but render layers. Sky. No, I don't want to export them separately. I want refinement high. I want them in stereoscopic, just 3. This is fine. And then as we add more to this, it'll be nicer. Okay. So select folder. Mm-mm-mm. And let's see. Maybe a little bit too rainy. Let's just take the environment a little bit and uh, let's increase the wetness a bit. Reduce brightness boost. Size. Wind speed, vegetation growth. Oh, you can just do this globally. All right. HDR. Rise in ocean. Okay. I think that's fine. Like full on raining, no. Okay. We want it to be a bit. Try it snowing. Okay. Let's try that out. Export. Let's just see. Save. Also, object city. Street lights. Mhm. All right, we're starting to look like a community a bit. I wonder if I just change up the weather. Let's just see. I mean, even if it's a little bit, let's increase the fog. The problem is the asphalt on the road is bugging me a bit. It's really not screaming realism. And I also the back end of the property, I could probably get away with doing some sort of just a little bit of a media export where I can image blur the back. If I have a look at the camera, focal length is pretty decent. I don't wanna make it too dark. The thing adding a little bit of vignetting is fine. Increasing the sharpness. I mean, if I take the sharpness down to 9%, my depth of field, you can see you gotta pick your focus when you're working on that. I'm not too interested in that. Bloom and flares, don't really have anything that will work with bloom. The sun's not reflecting off of the side of our house, so that should be fine. I think that kind of hits the target a little bit. We can always add a little bit of extra. We add a couple of leaves on the road. If I have, tall grasses, that's about all we have. I have, like yeah, some dead leaves and stuff that, couple of things like that. Yeah. Yep. Just cast a few in there. It's just to break it up a little bit because right now the issue is it is lacking in a tiny bit of realism. I know that we're not really seeing falling leaves out there, but you do want to, add a little extra. Right. Neighborhood is coming together. Time to get into the real fun stuff. We need to start digging into the costs of these units and really have a look at, what we can do to make this real. Mm, 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 mm. Right, let's have a look. Complex, entrance, this would be the new one. It's not bad. It still looks super gamey. I'm sure we can do a lot better, but the lights are kind of distracting. I'm sure it'd be a lot nicer if it's darker out. In terms of the scene and the environment. Wish there was a way to make it not daytime. Match sun option. Now we can control the sun. I'm not quite sure why the sky is still showing bright. HDR, skies. Noon, clear. Do we have any nighttime? Edit. I'm not sure. All right. And just keep the rain. And then I think we'll just reduce the fog. That should help with the lighting. I mean, that still gives enough for reflections, but just a small little 2% fog. And then in terms of camera, I need something to really help with these reflections. Path tracer maybe? Oh, my computer to blow up. I'm sure this will look a lot nicer. Mhm. Aye, that'll be a lot crisper. So I have 12. Let's dial that in. Let's do its thing. Yeah, it's much cleaner. Cleaner, but did I have anything else on there? I don't remember adding depth of field to it. Hmm. Let's start. That's frustrating. Just got a message back from the city saying that the place that I need to email to find out land use requirements, the development office does not have that information. I have to go talk to the property owner or the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Fun, very fun. Mm-mm. It's like watching paint dry. Imagine it's interesting for everybody else. I am working through a number of things here. One is this subdivision project. I'm trying to look at how we can fit in some new units into Kemp Street in um, Yarmouth. And yeah, I mean, supportive housing looks half decent too. Mhm. I live in this neighborhood. It's cozy to me. Yeah, just working through the other details, but I think this is a very viable solution. You can't even tell that this is a multi-unit building. Like these are supplying 4 separate units. Keep in mind, you're parking along the back, which has access to the rest of the neighborhood. I think we're gonna actually put this forward as a development proposal. Look into some developers who might be interested in and jumping in on this. Be a huge help. Render, just turn on real time for now. Okay, quit media mode. There I can actually move around, which is kinda nice. Disappeared. I wondered, have this high. Alright, yeah, it is. Okay. It was just the Revit file not doing what it should be. That one is asphalt. This one, yeah, the rest of this is supposed to be down. Oh, it's because the subdivide is part of it. So the rest of this should actually be sitting at -8 inches. Making a lot of sense to me. So you can only raise the subdivide higher than what's in there. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. That needs to be a value though. Why is the subdivide okay? If I change subdivide height is only 1 inch. It's sitting on top of it. So that means that has to come up. -8 inches. Let's take that, make that also -8 inches. Then we take the other one, and we go -9 inches. That raises that above the ground. This goes to -8 inches. I don't have to figure out the rest of that. Something doesn't seem right. Pain in the butt. Okay, that should be fine. And then as for parking, we can cast that all over along that side in front of that building, and then we just need to add in some windows for these others. Okay. All right. Let's save because we're using up a lot of virtual memory, so it could crash at any time. That's not what I wanted to do. Quit media mode. Library. Import. Let's go back to media. Not quite sure what happened there. Looks like everything was turned off. Where'd all the people go? Oh, never mind. Over here. All right, that's fixed. Okay, now quit media mode. Let's add some parking. City, library, vehicles, cars. Pick up, break, sit in. Probably not going to be driving a Range Rover, just saying. Just went a little off road there. Uh, just turn some the opposite direction. Okay. Go back to this view. mm, 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 mm. Vegetation. Let's add some trees. Let's get something that has some leaves. Maple of some sort. There's tons of maple out here. Tons of maple. Really? Hmm, whatever. Oh, how is there not a maple tree? Like it's one of the most popular trees. Ah, and then some bushes. We need some big bushes. Oh, that's fine. And some grasses, long grass, populate. I'll just paint it on. I'm going to increase the diameter of this just so I can cover a little bit. That is not what the diameter looks like. Long grass. Come on now. Even still, being difficult. All right, that should be good. All right. Sweet. Sweet city woman. All right. We had mentioned that I was going to fill this area with some grasses because of where it is. Okay. Looks fine to me. Add a little. There we go. Neighborhood trees. Okay. It's not looking too bad. Take a broader scale into the neighborhood here. Nice. Cool. I think we added like a little swing set or something in there, a couple park benches. Like this neighborhood is pretty excellent. Okay. I don't think I want to put too much more into that. I got to work on the townhouses a little bit, but yeah, I think we got something here. Save this. I think we've decided that this setup might lend itself well add a little bit of density, not taking up too much. There's a little green space to make sure that we're not spending too much time dealing with the wetland possibilities in the area. There are 2 neighborhoods here. If we could take advantage of both of these neighborhoods, that amount of density is huge. The, and it's not terrible density either, like, we're putting in units that, you can barely tell that are, multiple residents. We have, an okay amount of parking, and it's not a lot. It is a rural area, but we do need to increase the, capabilities. We have some of the units will have their own parking, and then we have a lot of visitor from the townhouses. There's, um, there's a lot of possibility here, a lot of possibility. Yeah. I mean, having a little cul-de-sac like this is kinda nice. Okay, let's really amp this one up. Let's go to 1024, then max bounce is 30. Get the front corner of that house plus down there. Okay, nice. Give that a second. All right. Looking pretty dope. Looking pretty dope. Give it a moment. Working through the renderings. Been a busy day. 7 hours worth of streaming. On and off, obviously. I might take another break just to get me up till 5, and then we're gonna have to take some time to eat some foods. Computer really is working overtime over here. Just taking a breather. Almost done. 70%. Now switch this back over to real time just so that it's not eating up all my computer resources. It's doing a pretty good job though. I mean, the path tracer in Twin Motion isn't that bad. Just again, the systems that are in play in Lumion, Act 3D is doing a really good job in building it. I just can't afford it at this time with the budgets that we have for rendering. There's also companies like Veris that are doing AI-based rendering solutions that are really helpful as well. So they're a large number. Just take this and export. All right, I'm gonna take a little breather. I'll be right back. What's happening? Looks like our rendering's almost finished up. Probably switch that back to not eat up so much resource. How'd that turn out? Ooh, it's so very pixelated on the bounces, I guess. Ooh, it's not finished. Hmm. Just put it high. Reduce the bounces. Make it a little bit easier. Maybe it's the fireflies. It's funny, once it finishes, it all smooths out, becomes almost not usable. Yeah, you can see it's just finishing. It's odd. That's fine. That is fine. I've already taken a few images of this, so I just wanted to make sure. Ugh, no, I want to capture that back. Export, start export. All right. Just rendering up a quick shot just so that I can have some record for socials and just kind of get a snapshot of where we are in time. We have been working on a subdivision layout for Kemp Road or Kemp is just on the south end of Yarmouth. Essentially, just trying to figure out some. What? This is just producing garbage right now. It's almost like my machine's just going backwards. Anyway, whatever is what it is. Twinmotion's failing me, but anyway, this is an idea of what you can use for your neighborhood. We've already gone through all the layouts, and that's about it. That's about as far as I'm taking it. Uh, uh, just chatting with my business partner there. I might end the feed early, a little bit early today. I'm feeling a little under the weather. We can cut this stream. I'm gonna take a couple cuts out of the videos that we put up, but I might jump back a little bit later. I did mention I'll be back at 4:30, so I might push that out. Um, okay, just gonna make an edit to this. 5 PM update. Uh, I'd say we've done fairly well today. We've created quite a few different layout options and generated some really viable unit mixes. So we're looking at again by doing the math, 6, 9, 7, 15. Uh, yeah, so 16 times 6. 96 plus, an additional, um, 6 bedrooms per unit times 8 plus 48, 144 beds in this neighborhood. Pretty cool. That's, some pretty dense units. That definitely adds some value to a neighborhood such as this, and when you're looking at rental, I mean, has to be the guidelines we had to follow. So, what was the commitment? Commitment was I can read it again. It's really tip my tongue. Da, 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 da. Said right on it. It is affordability. Designated affordable units must serve households in core housing need with rental rates established at or below 80% of average market rent. So you can essentially make it at 80% of cost. I mean, the biggest cost on here is going to be establishing the neighborhood and building it out. But see if my audio's on. Okay. But we'll have to see how that goes. I mean, if we're looking at each of these units from a rentable standpoint, what do we have here? So we for sure have 4 units within each of these. We know that there are 16 units or 16, buildings in total. So 16 times 4, 64 average rent rental apartment in Yarmouth. Just take a look at a few. I am going to so we're looking at 2 bedrooms around 1,500 bucks. So it ranges. 5 there's 5 apartments for rent in Yarmouth. 5. That's what I'm currently reading on apartments.com. That is ridiculous. So it's obviously needed. We're looking anywhere from 1,200 to 1,700 up to 2,000. So, I mean, it's a range, 1,200 to 2,000 for 2 beds, and some of them are just run down. Huh. I mean, you can rent a 3-bedroom house with the amenities, but again, it's like fixer-upper, 2,200. So there's some options out here. I mean, some viable options. We're looking at 64 units. I mean, to outfit this property, 2.6 acres, it's hard to say. I have to get the math down. I have to put it into some spreadsheets. Um, and see what the viability of this neighborhood is. 64. What's the longevity on this? If you're getting rental prices, 2 beds, brand new. So brand new 2 bed, 1,250 bucks a month. Some of them are 1 bedrooms, probably about 1,000. I mean, if we're trying to keep these at 80% safe, an average between 800, 1,200, so 1,000 bucks. Let's just call it 1,000 bucks. So times 1,000, $4,000 a month for those units. Times 20-year period. $1.28 million. Mm, times 12. 15 million. I mean, that's not including the townhouses. Townhouses are 2 units, but they're 3 bedrooms, so 3 bedrooms probably around the 1,600 mark to 1,800 mark to keep it affordable. I mean, if we're looking at it like, relative to a mortgage, a entry-level home, um, ideally, you wanna get that down to about 1,500 if possible for 3 bedroom. So that's, 15.36, so we've got 8 times 2 is 16. So 16 units times, let's just say 1,500 times 12 times 20 plus 15, 360. It's 21,120,000 over the course of a 20-year period. That would be our budget. It might be 5 since it's, amortization period. So let's just add another 4,000,000 on top of that, or 5,000,000. 26 26,000,000. Mm, mm, mm. 26 mil over the course of 20 years. We could probably squeeze some more density in there if we have to, but again, the point of this is to create affordable opportunities, not to drench the, neighborhood. I think this provides viable opportunities. That's what I would pay for a, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. Yeah, and if we split that, let's just say plus 5,000,000 equals 26,120. And then the buildings themselves, the 16 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 24 divided by 24 means just under 1.1 million to build, and that's not including the land. So that means we have to get the price down for each of these substantially to be able to, make this work. So looking at each of these buildings, I would say times 4 units, there's no foundation. What do we have for the overall square footage? Let's just say 106 square meters. Let's just go back to units, area, square feet, 0. So 1147. So 2,200 square feet. 2,200 square feet for each of those. 1.3. So let's say, I'm just gonna 1.1 million per unit. 2,200 square feet. We need to get that below 200. Say 180. So 396,000. What's the percentage cost of a foundation for a building? Yeah, 40%. Let's just call it 40. So if we can limit that down to 10% of the cost and deal with and save the rest for our site, because we're gonna have to involve a lot of site remediation. We have to basically what's in there need to secure those costs. So ROI over 25 years, we need to be able to assume with margin. So times oh, one. We know what that is. $110,000. Okay. All right. I think this is manageable. We can definitely make this work. We take a look at the finishes that we're putting inside of our end product. We focus on what's acquirable, build it in a modular fashion so that we can have them all stackable and be dropped into site really quickly. Um, I would say if we treat each of these as their own um, and be able to drop them and crane them in, we'll be able to actually finish these projects for hopefully under 500K. If we can get them under 500K, then that's from a building standpoint, probably in a good spot. That means we can have comfortable rents and deal with the maintenance at a decent size. Because then that leaves us that extra 50% to deal with the site, and that ROI should come back in that 25-year period. Okay, feasible, feasible. Finish mapping this out. This is just another one to tack onto the list. We'll look at it from a cost cost analysis perspective. Alright, I'm gonna take a break for a bit. Sign off.